So that's an older one, so would they embroidery that one or just a new one?
Just get a new one so that they're all the same, and I'll take them and have them embroidered.
Thank you. I mean, we're waiting all this
High maintenance.
Those notes,
I'm gonna have my face embroidered on it,
you
so that every time you pick it up, when you just put it in the inside, you'll just find it.
We'll make that work.
I'm sorry I missed your lunch in the chamber when John covered that.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how about you?
Great, how are you? So,
Speed it up. Did you see how long the agenda is? Yeah,
like everyone.
you know the problem is they gave me a mic that'll stay on.
They gave you one that will stay on?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
I've already told them.
Yeah.
Well, you know how to do that, so it's fine. That's fine.
Well, that's better what Carl said. He wasn't that nice. Hey, hang on, I'm gonna write that down. Yeah.
I'm glad they're not gonna be just thrown away. No. That was a sizable investment to begin with.
Outstanding.
Oh.
But it's not staying on.
Did you want to?
Yeah, but as much as he has to talk, that's why I scooted him down to use Cindy's mic.
Otherwise, I could just move.
So are you going to sit in your chair?
No, I'm gonna sit over there.
Yeah, I saw you sit over here.
You can take my mouse for a couple drinks that part.
I didn't want you to like.
I thought someone was playing a real practical joke.
I mean, I wouldn't put it that fast.
Well, no, I could see Carlos doing that.
Oh, well, you're right. Not yet. If there is, I'll have to tell them to. Yes. That's mine. Don't you drink it.
Put some good lipstick on there for him.
Y'all are killing. It's Dutch Brothers. Okay. Is it?
see her down the hall. We'll give it in case he gets back.
Welcome all. Whoa, that's a little hotter than I thought it was going to be. This meeting of the Princeton ISD Board of Trustees is called to order. At this time, it's 6:31, and this meeting is duly posted. We have a quorum. The Board of Trustees and the Superintendent would like to welcome you all. Let's stand for the pledge and also remain standing for the invocation afterwards. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Let us pray. Oh, dear Heavenly Father, we just want to thank you now for this time, dear Lord, that we come before you, dear Lord, with great responsibility. And we just pray, dear Lord, that you would give us wisdom and knowledge and the ability to be able to make the right decisions tonight in this meeting, dear Lord, that will affect this district and communities around us, dear Lord. And we pray with that wisdom, dear Lord, we can make the right decision. And we thank you for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Okay, now it's time for public comments. We do have one. Any person wishing to address the board during the period reserved for public comments at a board meeting must sign up to be heard in accordance with the district policy BED local. The board is authorized to make reasonable limitations and regulations governing public comment. As such, the board will allow 3 minutes for all speakers if there are less than 10 speakers. If the number of participants exceed 10 speakers, then each participant will receive 2 minutes to speak. The board will discuss agenda items later in the meeting during consideration. The board is not permitted to discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. The board has adopted complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest possible administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Each of these processes provide that if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal the administrative decision to the board as properly posted agenda item. For further information on those policies, contact the administration office. Speakers during the public comment period are responsible for the words they speak during public comment and will be solely liable for any damages if it is later determined that the words spoken injures a person's reputation, exposes the person to public hatred, contempt, ridicule, or causes financial injury. Under Texas law, PISD is immune from any claims of defamation. Let's see, we have one person, Somnia, come on up. Somnia, if you'll please tell us, not your address, but just where you live.
Hi, my name is Samya. I live in Arcadia Farms, Princeton, and my kids go to Princeton ISD. So we just came to know about the incident which president had, and the board president, and she had an accident. We just wanted to extend our, prayers for her fast recovery, and we are like hoping we will see her soon here in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and say something about that. I appreciate you saying something. Obviously, I'm not Cindy Darwin. I just took her spot because the mic stays on here. It's hard to follow that, but we do pray that Cindy continues to recover. And we just thank you that she's going down that road. I talked to her a couple days ago after PT, and she says, I hurt. So it's painful. I think they call PT physical torture. And I know my wife went through that, and we pray that she continues to heal. So we thank you for that. An item that we don't want to miss here is, I think it's Mac's birthday yesterday. And he was pointing out that we all missed his birthday, but we didn't. We were saving it for this meeting. I appreciate it. So could we all join in a round of happy birthday to Mac?
Yes, are we ready? Everyone get your pipes. 1, 2, 3. Happy
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mac. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, well, that's what happens, I guess. Okay, informational items. I think we have a Colton construction update.
All right, good evening. I'm Colton Barnes with Claycomb Architects, here with the construction update for July. Starting out at Bonchbach Middle School, the tie-ins to an adjacent developer property for the water and sewer along the south side is complete. The tennis court pour is complete, and the football field laser grading is also complete. Looking at the building, the exterior waterproofing has been finished and started the masonry veneer, as you can see in the second photo there. One side gyp install is complete, and the interior MEP rough continues. Looking forward, the canopy install will begin at the end of the month, and they are finishing up final closures at the roof for coping and other trim. And jumping over to next door at admin. For the building, the signage is installed. The final fire inspection at admin has been passed. Furniture move-in is ongoing. Flooring install is complete now at the warehouse as well. And then looking forward, final casework install. We have an architect owner punch scheduled this week. And then it's just receiving the CO and moving in. And then next month, we'll be breaking that in for our first board meeting. For the stadium, the press box framing is in progress. Masonry veneer at concessions and restrooms are complete. The aluminum decking at the grandstands has begun. Fieldhouse framing is complete, and the masonry veneer and MEP rough has begun. And seeing, even from these photos that are only about a week old, looking out there now and seeing masonry up and windows, it's definitely moving along quick. So looking forward is to have the buildings dried in, the MEP trim out at concessions and restrooms to be completed, and then millwork and interior finish install starting at the field house. And then finally for elementary number 9, the paving is poured at the bus drop-off lane, which you can see at the left side there on the top photo. Exterior sheathing install has begun. The CMU is complete at the service yard storage, and decking at the second floor continues. Looking forward for this project would be waterproofing install at the exterior walls, followed by the masonry veneer installation beginning. Any questions?
Anybody have questions?
All right, thank you.
How's your timing on the stadium? Is that going to be done in time?
That is certainly the goal. They are working as much as they can. We shifted to overtime work to try to make up for some of the weather delays that we lost, of course. And there are plans in place that if something has to, be delayed, it's not going to be something that is going to affect first football game. We're going to have everything in place so we're functional, and then some of the finishes maybe at the new press box, for example, may still be going, and in that case, we're leaving all the electrical and technology up to run from the other side.
Great.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got, for curriculum update, Mrs. Nix and Dr. Grubbs.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rachel Nix. I am the Executive Director of Elementary Education. So I'm going to give you a little update of what elementary in the curriculum department has been going through this summer and what we're looking forward to the next few weeks. So over the summer and throughout our upcoming academy days and in-service days, our elementary and curriculum teams have planned some very strategic professional development for our teachers, our instructional coaches, as well as our campus administrators. And they are directly aligned to the strategic plans that we presented to all of you in the spring. Holly's going to touch on this first thing in a little bit more detail in a bit, but we have adopted CHAMPS, which is our behavior framework, and that's going to be district-wide, pre-K through 12. The rollout is going to happen with all staff in August. Professional development, their campus principals are going to present that, but we did get together, and so it is very uniform for all elementary and then for all secondary. We decided on all that together. In the classroom, we prioritize the growth of our teachers and their instructional capacity. We are providing all of our teachers in K-5 with streamlined Tier 2 intervention and enrichment lessons for Pride Time. We've also streamlined our lesson cycles for RLA and for math as well, and what those are going to look like on every master schedule. And we are allowing for equitable time of instruction at every single campus so that it all looks the same. In reading and writing, what we're going to be emphasizing at our next Academy Days is phonics for K through 2 and how to level and differentiate and individualize for each student a plan to help them become better readers. In math, we are going to be presenting RBs, which is our research-based instructional strategies. And so everyone K through 5 is going to be getting that training and then learning how, with our new outline of the lesson cycle, we can utilize those instructional strategies best in the classroom for math. In both of those areas, we are going to be focusing on teachers really utilizing all of our curriculum resources. We've, in secondary and elementary, made it very easy for them on ClassLink to reach all of those resources and get to everything in one nice area. And utilizing those as well in Pride Time and those level activities that we discussed. Instructionally, we are also anchoring our expectations for our administrators in the Effective Schools framework. And so a little bit of what that will look like is focusing and prioritizing instruction, coaching, and feedback. And so we're going to give very specific PD to our administrators and instructional coaches on what the coaching and feedback should look like and how to model that and document that with their teachers. We have fully gone through some training and are doing some more, but we will be rolling out our PLCs, our professional learning communities that we talked about, and so those will be starting this second week of school. And then we are also focusing on that instructional alignment and following those RLA and math instructional cycles that we talked about. So other than that, I just want to say thank you. Our newly hired curriculum coordinators and our campus-based instructional coaches, our campus admin have done an incredible job so far this summer, really putting in a lot of work, and so we're very excited for this school year. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Grubbs.
Good evening, board members. I'm Dr. Holly Grubbs. I'm the new Executive Director of Secondary Education. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to give you a brief curriculum update. Going on what Ms. Nick shared about CHAMPS, it's the behavior framework that we're going to utilize. It stands for Conversation, Help, Activity, Movement, and Participation. It's a proactive and positive approach to behavior that provides consistency across our classrooms. It helps teachers set clear expectations and fosters a safe, structured learning environment where all of our students can thrive. This rollout supports our strategic goal of building strong systems of support for student behavior and engagement. So during the upcoming academy and professional learning days, we've prioritized student cognitive engagement. So what that looks like in science, students and teachers will be participating in hands-on labs that build inquiry skills and real-world application. So we're taking that modeling it for teachers, walking alongside of them so that they can apply it in their classrooms with their students. In reading and writing, we're emphasizing writing and academic conversations. In history, teachers are using engagement strategies such as collaborative discussions and evidence-based writing, including journaling. And these strategies are to promote critical thinking and active learning, helping students think and stay engaged in meaningful content. In math, our instructional approach balances procedural fluency, which is the steps that are taken, with conceptual understanding, which is the why we calculate things that we do, equipping students to explain their thinking and solve problems, directly supporting our district growth goals and academic achievement. We've also anchored all of our expectations around what we're calling the Princeton Power Ps. First, it's the power zone. That's where teachers stay close in proximity and monitor, connect, and engage students. Presenting instructional content, ensuring that lessons are aligned, it's clear and modeled for students. And then pacing, to make every minute count with lessons designed bell to bell that include time for modeling, group work, and student demonstration of the learning. All of this work is possible because of the incredible leadership and dedication of our instructional coaches and campus administrators who are back here. And they've worked tirelessly this summer to ensure that our professional learning directly connects to the real needs of our campuses and our students. Thank you for your continued support. We're excited about the strong instructional foundation we've built to start this school year.
Thank you very much. Does any board member have a question? Okay, the next item is a GMP update for Perkins Early Childhood Center. I think we have some good news there.
Yeah, so we have some good news. We've closed out Perkins Early Childhood Program. Our team of Claycomb and Pogue Construction have done a great job for us. And our GMP, we've come in $1,087,066.82 under budget. So very excited. Not only did that project open early and was ready to go on time, and we've had plenty of time to get everything moved in there. It's a beautiful campus. It's wonderful. We will have a open house and a dedication coming soon. And, but very excited that we came in a little over $1 million under budget on that project. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Our next item is a back-to-school event.
So we're doing things a little bit different this year, and so I've included in there some dates for you, for the board. We are not having a full-on convocation. We're going to do something a little bit different, and so I've kind of shared that with you. And then all of our new teachers and teachers, when they report back, will be reporting to their individual campuses. And we're going to try something with a video this year to kind of get things kicked off. But I wanted to invite all the board members on August 4th and 5th. If you have that time in your schedule, that's when we'll have our luncheon for our elementary teachers on the 4th and secondary teachers on the 5th. And then on the 8th, we will have one for support staff. And so if you can join us on those days, it'll be a wonderful opportunity for you to come and meet some of the teachers, say hi, and show your support.
Mr. McIntyre, you said that it's going to be at the elementary schools on the 4th. Is that going to be at?
All the events are at Lovelady in the cafeteria, but it'll be the elementary teachers on the 4th at Lovelady, and on the 5th for secondary staff, and then on the 8th for all support staff. And so all of those will be 11:30 to 1 will be the time, and all of those will be at Lovelady High School. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is board training hours.
And so every July, we have to report board training hours. We have board training scheduled for the 24th, so that's this Thursday. And so if everybody attends there, then on the 24th, all board members will be up to date for all training required by the state.
Okay. Hopefully, everybody's going to be there. I think you're videoing in?
I will video in
Okay.
afternoon.
Great.
Like 2 to 4.
We got it set up for that.
Very good. Okay, the next item is consent agenda. Would anybody like to pull an item for separate consideration? If no one would like to pull an item, I'd consider a motion. Carlos made a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And Bianca, second. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, passed. I forgot to ask for discussion. I'm guessing there was no discussion, but catch me if I don't do that right.
Okay, at this time, we would like to introduce somebody. Ms. Powell, would you like to join us?
First of all, I just want to say thank you, because that's a big agenda item for me tonight with getting some help. So I want to introduce this evening our new Director of Finance for PISD, Miss Megan Fine. She comes to us as currently the Director of Finance and Community with 15-plus years of experience in school finance, so she is going to be a huge asset to us as we move forward as a district. So thank you so much for that.
Welcome. Come on up if you'd like to say something.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really excited to be joining this team, and I'm excited to do some really great things for Princeton's kids. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to executive session in consultation with our district's attorney regarding HB 2 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for consultation with the district's attorney. May I get a motion to enter executive session?
I'll make a motion to enter executive session.
Okay, and a second? The time is 6:52. Okay, we'll see you guys in a bit. A second.
Thank you.
Okay, the board is back in session. Item number 8, salary scales.
So for salary scales, I would like to make a motion to increase pay for certified teachers with 0 to 2 years' experience, $1,000. Teachers with 3 to 4 years' experience, $2,500. For 5 years plus, $5,000. For non-classroom teachers, by $2,000. For non-exempt workers, $1 an hour. And we would like to increase insurance contribution from $225 to $300.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, we've got Julia making the motion and Starla seconding. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passed. Oh, sorry, discussion. Any further? Okay, motion passed. Okay, the next item is item 9, considering all matters, incidents, and related to the issuance and sale of Princeton Independent School District unlimited tax school building and refunding bonds, and one or more series, including the adoption of an order authorizing the issuance of such bonds and establishing procedures and delegating authority for the sale and delivery of such bonds. And my understanding, we have Mr. Roberts from Hilltop Security here to talk to us.
Yes, is the. Yeah, sorry, I'm sitting there looking at you and I'm looking.
Perfect. Board members, Mr. McIntyre, Jeff Robert with Hilltop Securities.
Is the mic turned on?
Did we get it? Is it on?
Slide it up.
Good. Here to talk about a parameter that would allow for the district to issue, right now our scenario is for 120 million, but we're asking for the parameter or the maximum amount to be 150. Mac, if we can go a couple of slides over here, next one there. So I'm sure you're aware, obviously, that the legislature just finished up, and there's a lot of bills out there, and 2 of them that are impacting school districts and their capacity to issue bonds were portions of Senate Bill 4 and then Senate Bill 23. And Senate Bill 4 is going to increase the homestead exemption from 100 to 140,000. That is going to require a statewide vote in November. Pretty close to 100% certain that that's going to pass. And then Senate Bill 23 is going to raise the over 65 and disabled exemption to $200,000. So those 2 increases in exemptions we're estimating are going to reduce Princeton ISD taxable values by about $421 million. They are providing a hold harmless, but only for bond issuances that are closed or settled prior to September 1 of 2025, so a little more than a month from now. So there's definitely incentive to try and get as much covered by that hold harmless as possible, and that's why we've asked for the max to be 150. Although right now we're thinking it's going to be around 120. We're going to get the district's certified taxable valuation on Friday. If that's a little higher than maybe what we're projecting right now, maybe we can issue a little bit more than the 120, but right now the thought is 120. But again, there's incentive there to do as much as we can. That third bullet, right now we're calculating that the hold harmless percentage will be about 8.63%. So that's 8.63% of total principal and interest on this issue that would come from the state. On the 120 million, that equates to about $23 million from the state of Texas. So to give you an idea, if we were to settle on September 2nd, local taxpayers would have to come up with that $23 million. If we close on August 31st, then the state's going to pick that up. So again, very important that we meet that deadline and try to maximize it as much as possible. And as many of you are aware, we are constrained as a high-growth district by the Attorney General's 50-cent test, and that's why we're waiting to get the certified value to be able to maximize the amount we can issue under that test and still get it approved by the Attorney General. We can go to the next slide there. This kind of give you an idea of where interest rates have been. I think it was late last year in either November or December. we got a parameter approved for a potential refunding, and the hopes were that interest rates would go down. That blue graph, this is the 20-year tax-exempt interest rate index. And you can see the blue graph there. It shows you kind of what rates have done just over the last year, and you can see that unfortunately rates did not go down. So we were never able to execute the refunding. In red, this index comes out every Thursday. It was at 521. So it has come up a little bit here recently. Hopefully we'll be able to get in under 5 or just over 5 is what I'm thinking on this issuance. But in the background there, that goes all the way back to the early 80s. So from a historical perspective, we're still kind of on the low end, but certainly over the last 5, 6, 7 years, the rates are a little higher than where they've been. So here's the hope and plan for issuing the remainder of the authorization. The first two columns up there on the left are the first two issuances from the 2023 authorization. In column 3 would be this $120 million, and then we're hopeful that we can issue these amounts going forward. Those would meet the construction cash flow schedules with where they stand right now. We're going to continue to need some growth in the tax base, obviously, to support that. And it's going to be a little challenging with the increase in the exemptions at the levels that they're increasing them to. But we expect to maintain or stay at that 50-cent level and hopefully be in a position to issue all the authorization by 2030. And then also included in this, we're asking for the board to approve another refunding parameter. This is something that we wouldn't do until probably October. But this would give us the flexibility to move quickly. The reason why it wouldn't be until October is you can see those two bottom issues on the bond series, the 2016A refunding, 2016 refunding, and A refunding, excuse me. Those aren't callable until February of 2026, and we have to be within 90 days of that date before we can execute a refinancing. So we're having the board approve it now. Hopefully that's something we can get to in October, close it in November if rates will settle down. So this is included in the parameter order as well. Next slide. If you're familiar with the parameter order, once again, basically the board would be pre-approving the issue subject to certain parameters being met and delegating final pricing authority to Mr. McIntyre or Ms. Powell. The different parameters that are included there are those green bullets, the maximum interest rate, maximum principal amount, minimum savings, final maturity date, and then the expiration of the delegated authority. And again, the delegated pricing officers can only approve if the parameters are met. Next slide. And then the parameters that are included within the document are, again, the $150 million for the new money issuance, 51.5 maximum for the refunding. I've got 6% on the new money. Once again, I feel like it's going to come in lower, but if something crazy happened, I wouldn't want to have to get you back together real quick to make sure we, again, beat that August 31 deadline. We've really got to make sure we get this in. The refunding 4.5% because it's a little shorter of a transaction in terms of the term. The minimum savings, 2% present value, final maturity date for each, and then the delegation expiration of 365 days. Right now, the plan and hope is that we'll be able to sell the new money bonds next Tuesday, is what we're hoping and looking for. Again, we get those values on Friday, and we'll quickly calculate the maximum amount that we can issue from the current authorization. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I see the refunding at 4.5, which is in between the 4 and the 5. Is there a reason why we would want to refund the 4?
Well, I put that as the maximum rate because there's always the chance that we kind of cherry pick which maturities we ultimately refund. So in other words, there's some 5% maturities out there that if it were at 4.5%, maybe we'd just refund those and we'd leave the 4% alone because they didn't make sense. So this gives us that ability to downsize the refunding if necessary and still save money. In a perfect world, we'd be able to refund all of it and it'd be below 4%, but if that doesn't happen, that's an option that we could look at.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any further questions? Okay.
So recommendation from us would be to authorize this, and there's language for my recommendation on your notes if someone saw fit.
Okay, I move to adopt an order authorizing the issuance and sale of Princeton Independent School District unlimited tax school building and refunding bonds in one or more series.
I'll second. I'll second.
Okay, Julia made the motion, Carlos second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, show of hands in favor? Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming out.
Okay, the next one is item number 10, design development for Abbott Elementary, and also the design and development for Tally. They're both basically the same, so I think the presentation is going to be included, and then we'll have two separate motions tied to that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so good evening again. Colton Barnes with Claycomb to present the next two elementaries design development presentations. I may be too far away.
Okay, I guess I'm clicking for you.
Okay, well, next slide then, please. Mhm. Okay, so as Dwayne had mentioned, there are two elementaries. Just for simplicity's sake, the presentation has been combined. So we'll go over, first, this is the overall view of the city with the existing schools and proposed schools noted. You can see that Abbott is the furthest north proposed here, and then Tally extends the district's reach to the south.
Where is that, Abbott?
About to get to that, yeah. No problem. So we'll go over the site and exterior for Abbott, followed by the site and exterior for Tally, and then finish up on the floor plans and interior since those are the same at both. So this is Abbott Elementary School. It's on County Road 831. It does have the 3-road access that is typical with the schools for the bus drop-off there on the west side. This is a 12-acre site. In this case, the front of the school will be facing south. We have 2 parent drop-offs, one at the back, one at the front. The main bus drop-off to the west along Ivory Circle, I believe it says there, and the portables and play area on the east side. You'll notice for both of these that we've incorporated a kind of deceleration lane or turning lane into both parent drop-offs just to help with that stacking, to kind of keep the roads a little bit clearer there. So for the exterior, should look very familiar based on the past schools, but the brick color scheme here is going to match that of James. So it allows each elementary to kind of have its own unique feel by changing up the brick patterns, but when you're dealing with 3 bricks, only so many different ways you can put those together. So choice to kind of select schools that were at the opposite end of the city, just so that those that were more familiar were further separated. Then going to Diane Talley Elementary. This site does not have the third side access. So it will be the same parent drop-off access front and rear with the deceleration for stacking, but the bus drop-off area has a dedicated entrance that will be signed for buses only, and a turnaround there to get them aligned properly to the building. This case, the front of the building faces north. So exterior here, this one being further south, we chose to match the color scheme of one of the existing northern schools being green. And then a look at the overall floor plans here. Following couple pages will be enlarged. If there's any questions or anything, feel free to stop me. But entrance on this case is to the north here, with your admin, the classroom wings, the media center in the middle, cafeteria off to the right, and then the storm shelter gym there in the lower right. And here just a enlarged of the northern half and enlarged of the southern half. And then getting into the second floor, basically everything that you're seeing on the right-hand side there is the high ceiling spaces from the first floor. So we're really just looking at the classroom wing there along the left, with the middle classrooms looking into the media. Interiors, reusing the same materials that have been used at at the current elementary schools. But one thing that we have chosen to pursue with these two elementaries is, after going through an exercise to change some of the flooring layout at Perkins, that was received really well. So here we've reworked the VCT patterns to add a little bit more fun and color in the floors here. Same for cafeteria. Cafeteria has some reworked and more color integrated into the floors. The central media area. This is the overlook on the second floor that looks into the main hallway. This is looking down at the primary central stairway. And then a typical classroom corridor that, as has been done in previous projects, this would be considered the yellow corridor. We're incorporating more yellow to distinguish that hallway's identity. This is overall color palette, exterior brick, and then interior finishes. Otherwise, again, they are repeats of what has been used at the existing elementaries. Looking at schedule, proposed for both the elementaries would be going hand in hand for their development and construction, assuming that we get approval to proceed on both this evening. That would put us into bid documents later in the year and starting construction at the beginning of the year. This would follow the same schedule essentially as Carroll that's currently being built. It started its construction at the beginning of the year. And that would put us opening in fall of 2027. As always, we are appreciative of the opportunity to continue developing our relationship with the district in these projects. So thank you, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them now.
Try again. Looks like there's no questions, and I'll entertain a motion for, we can start with Abbott first, and then we'll do Talley.
I'll make a motion to approve the design development of Abbott Elementary as presented.
And I'll second.
Okay, Carlos made a motion, and Starla second, and do we have a discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passed. Now I'll entertain a motion for Talley. Okay.
I will make the motion. As approved by his, as approved by his presentation.
Okay, John has made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Who did that? Starla, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passed unanimously. Okay, the next item is item 12, order of election for Board of Trustees on November 4th, 2025.
So it's that time again for, we need to call another election coming up for November the 4th. Some important dates out there. First date of file was the 19th of this month, so July 19th. The deadline to file is August the 18th. Early voting would begin on October 20th. Early voting would end on October 31st, and Election Day would be November the 4th. And so we have two positions coming up at this election.
I'll entertain a motion.
You got it? Make a motion to approve the general order of election for the PISD Board of Trustees for November 4th, 2025 election.
Okay, Carlos made a motion. Do I have a second? We have Bianca and John seconding. We'll go with Bianca this time. Bianca second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passed. Okay, the next thing on there is item 13, preliminary 2025-2026 budget, and we have Ms. Powell going to do a presentation for us.
Did Colton leave the clicker for you?
I got it.
Okay.
You passed it down the line. So good evening again. Usually this time of year, there's not many changes from June to July. I cannot say that standing here today. This presentation now includes House Bill 2, where last month we went through old law. That was what was given to us as advice moving into June. So we are now going to talk about July and HB 2 and what that does for our budget revenues and then our expenditures. Okay. First off, our revenue assumptions. We're working on an average daily attendance of 10,540, which is an increase of 1,161 from our current year ADA. Our current enrollment of 10,314, we have a projected enrollment of 11,281. That is now an important number for us because there is now funding based off of enrollment in our revenue. And then we are looking at projecting 848 kindergartners. We just graduated 619 seniors, so we are looking at an increase there. Property values, these are preliminary values still. As Jeff alluded to in his presentation, we're expecting our certified values on Friday, July 25th. Right now, we're looking at about $5.4 billion in our preliminary values, which then gives us a tax rate of about $1.2072, which is an M&O rate of 70 cents, so 0.7072. Last month, that was 0.7073. That has gone down based on what we are predicting from TEA and our maximum compressed rate would be. Our INS still at 50 cents, so we're still at that $1.20, still a nickel decrease is what we're looking at. New instructional facilities allotment of $361,000. Those would be any enrollments at Perkins since it is opening new, and any growth that we see at James and Green for this year from 25-26 from 24-25. Admin priority list, just to remind you what these are, all of these items are currently funded in this budget presentation. So everything that's listed up there is funded when you see our expenditures. What we have going in capital projects, Perkins will open. It is finished. I believe Ms. Croy and her staff are already in there doing what they need to do. Under construction, we got Mr. B Middle School. Sorry, I will always call it Mr. B Middle School. I just can't bring myself to call it the other. It is Mr. B Middle School. Carroll Elementary. I was really hoping to move stadium and admin and auxiliary building to my left column, but we're still in the middle. Hopefully moving over to that left. We are in the planning process looking for land. Abbott Elementary, Tally Elementary, and Anthony High School are all currently in that planning phase. We do have the $120 million bond sale pending later this month. So in our revenue estimates, based on the new template, we're looking at about $135.6 million is what we're estimating. I'm estimating in revenue, including trying to estimate based on what would also be that extra $40,000 in homestead exemption that we're pretty sure is going to go into effect when the voters get to vote. And so that's where we're looking currently for our revenues. That takes in our property taxes, CAPE payments, other revenues that we can get from local, any tuition from other schools that come in, any curricular, co-curricular activities that we do that we get revenue from. Our state per capita, you can see TIA, our foundation school, TRS on behalf. We're looking at all of our revenue sources, whether it's federal, impact, and E-rate. So this is the increase, and I believe when I was up here last month, we were about 122 million is where we were. So you can see the change. I do remember specifically I had a question about the security allotment. I'm seeing about a $350,000 increase in that allotment alone. And so House Bill 2 has done some great funding things for us in some areas. So comparing that into what our expenditures are, looking at all of our functions, remember our main function in this district is instruction, so that is the 64% of the pie you see. Function 11, we're looking at that being our biggest piece. That is our main function. It should be the biggest piece of our pie, and it is 64%. So holistically, looking at expenditures of about $129.4 million is what we're looking at. Mind you, nothing that was just made motion on for the salaries is in this yet. So, and I'll add that in here in a minute as we go along. Then if we look by object code, payroll is always your biggest. Right now, sitting at about 82%. Remember, the raises we just did, the salary scale that you guys just did is not in here. I believe we'll be closer to 84% when all of that gets added in. But that does show, I'm not sure how to do the little, the laser pointer. But that does show right now we're educating kids at $8.63 per student per hour. We are showing about a $2.7 million increase to what would be our fund balance. I am in this budget, we'll talk about here in a second as well, going to recommend some increasing into our fund balance since our fund balance is supposed to give us operating expenditures. Our operating expenditures are increasing, so we do need to think about that moving forward in the future. But note, the TRA, the teacher retention allotment, we've got about $3 million there. Then our support staff retention allotment, the state's giving us about $429,000, so that's the $3.4 million. But then the board has also dedicated another $1.7 million tonight in your salary increases. So you've dedicated $5.1 million to pay raises this year. And we're still coming out, with all that said and done, at a $1 million surplus, is what I'm projecting with 199. And then if we go into debt service, this is even. Okay, the 50 cents, whatever our 50 cents generates, then we're going to spend it to pay off our bonds. That's where Jeff can manage our sale of hopefully the $120 million that you guys approved up to $150 million tonight. So that will that should be just an offset there. 688, this is where I'm recommending that we go ahead and look at saving some money. We're estimating with the increase in budgets per month, 2-month operating expense, for us to save, we need about $3.25 million in savings to maintain that 2-month operating expense so that we have that there. But also, the $850 that you see in the expenditures for the AC units, for the playground refresh at Harper, my goal is to also have that go into 688 to help offset that. So looking at how do we save and how do we, yes, we're leaning on local construction, we're leaning on 688, but then how are we then fiscally responsible with that fund as well? 240, your food service, okay? This is what we're looking at. This is what Child Nutrition is projecting. We will even our revenues and our expenditures when we get into August, so that'll be some work that I'll do there in the budget. So revenue and expenditure will directly offset each other to the best of our ability, because that's our goal. And then, of course, summer feeding. And then we are adding the CACFP. I do not know what all those letters stand for, but it is the after-school feeding program. We are also offering that starting next year. So that is accounted for in this budget as well. So when we look at everything all together, we're looking at about $9.5 million, but I need you to remember, $5.1 million of that are in your raises that you approved tonight, and then that other $4.1 million that I'm talking about for savings, which still gets us at that $1 million surplus, even when we're talking about all funds together. And so that would be cost per student per hour at $11.29. To educate kids in Princeton ISD across all funds. That's all federals. And if you saw in your board packet, some of our federal funds have not been released yet. And so that is something we are keeping an eye on for August as well, because if they're not funded federally, we'll fund them locally out of 199. Proposed tax rate for M&O, we're looking at 0.7072 cents, INS at 50 cents. So for the $1.2072, that is the proposed tax rate that I believe will be in the next part of the agenda. Just a basic budget summary. Remember that our teacher retention allotment, our support staff retention allotment, we've seen basic cost allotment. Remember I told you enrollment's now important. That basic cost allotment has increased us a little over $1 million there with 106 per kid per enrollment. Then we're looking at an early education allotment, parts 1 and 2. We've seen an increase there, and then security allotment, we've seen that increase there. Notable factors in our budget, we've added 80-plus teaching units. We've added additional support staff. We've given staff raises as of this evening. Startup costs for 2 campuses. Carroll and Mr. B Middle School are both going to hit the ground at the same time next year. And then we are opening a new campus this year, so that will fluctuate and affect our budget moving forward. We've also got, our priority list is fully funded at this time, so everything in April that our administrators met about. Campus and department per student budget increases, we were able to give them an increase to help with their supplies and materials there on campuses and in departments. We're awaiting further guidance on our non-funded federal funds. Title II, Title III, Title IV, Part A, those funds have not been released yet by the federal government, so we're still waiting on some guidance so we don't mess up with supplement, not supplant. And then our revenue assumptions, again, we have a projected ADA of $10,540, projected enrollment 11,281, and then looking at our prelim property values of about $5.4 billion, and then our tax rate of $1.2072, which is a slight decrease from this time last year. So that's kind of where we're at in July. We've seen an increase in revenues, taking some of that into account when we're looking at budget for inflation and then making sure those raises get addressed, and also being fiscally responsible when it comes to our fund balance and the growth that's going to need to keep us funded at a 2-month operating. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Pell. Any questions by anybody? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There was no action needed on that. It was just for information.
Correct.
Okay, item 14 is proposed tax rate for 2025, 2026. Discussion?
So this month, this is just a proposed tax rate. This isn't taking formal action yet, but we do have to propose a rate. And then next month, we would have a public hearing. And if the rate changes because we're compressed more or any other changes happen, then we will publish that so that everybody knows. We'll have a public hearing and we'll adopt the actual tax rate next month. So tonight is just approving the proposed tax rate of $1.2072.
And that's a decrease, correct?
That is a decrease of about a nickel, yes.
But it doesn't mean a decrease in what's going to cost you, because your house values have gone up.
Depends on what your house costs, because with the extra homestead exemption, it could.
That's true, or if you're 65.
Correct.
So I'll make a motion to approve the proposed tax rate as presented.
Okay, we've got Starla making a motion and Julia seconding. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, passed. Okay, the next item is number 15, FNCE Local, Personal Communications and Electronic Devices.
So it was in your packet, but just so you can review it easier too, if you haven't seen for discussion, I've provided you with a new proposed FNCE policy. As many of you know, the legislator passed a law that said students are not allowed to use personal communications devices in school during educational time. And so we've proposed a new policy here for what that looks like. And so the big changes there in red at the top where we had separate descriptions for high school and elementary because we had different standards. Those are gone now. And so it's a lot more simple policy. It just basically says the district prohibits students from using personal communication device on school property during the school day. And then you can kind of read down through the rest of that. So the blue are additions and the red are strikes. A notable factor, if you'll please look under guidelines number 2, adding a fee can be charged for the release of a communications device or other electronic devices. And so those were the kind of 2 big changes to the policy from what we've seen in the past. And then in your packet, I provided you with, just so you'd have some further information, the administrative guidelines that we are planning to put in place onto how we're going to actually run that on our campuses. Our principals did a good job of meeting and spending the day talking through that process and adopting some guidelines that they thought they could enforce and that would be helpful in this process. So our recommendation is to approve the new FNCE as presented.
Okay, some discussion on that? And are we approving also the guidelines too, or is
No,
it?
those would just be our administrative regulations that our principals developed. And so if you had something that you wanted us to consider in that process, but those do not have to be board approved. We just want you to approve the board policy, but we wanted you to see what we were thinking.
Did everybody have a copy of this that you can review? You guys good? Okay.
The proposed fee right now that the principals come up is on the second and continuous offenses would be a $15 fine to pick up the device from the school.
So what happens with the pouches that were purchased?
It's a great question. We had some long discussion about whether we wanted to continue buying more pouches, but the cost to purchase those for additional campuses was going to be somewhere north of $75,000 in additional fees. So we are not going to go that direction. However, we do plan to use them, and we have dispersed them out to campuses for people who continually have offenses on this, that continually bring their phones to school. Some of those students may be required to come to the office every morning and have their phone locked in a pouch, and so we will disperse those. We still will continue to use the ones we have on all campuses as needed to reinforce good behavior.
Okay, if If there, try again here. If there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve change to the local policy of FNCE.
John made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Julia, second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, passed. Okay, item number 16, board policy update, 124. This was in your board packet. Hopefully you guys had a chance to review it.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of information there on this packet. If you've read through there, a lot of it is just some clarification of some language. Not a lot of huge policy changes in the local policy, but some clarifications of some things. So our recommendation is to approve the updates as presented.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for item number 16.
I'll make a motion to accept the update as presented.
Okay, Starla made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And Bianca seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed. Okay, the second one is number 17, board policy update number 125.
So very similar, a lot of the same kind of adjustments, some from policy, some from interpretations of policy, and then some simple clarifications of language. Again, we would recommend to accept as presented.
I make a motion to accept as presented.
Okay, Bianca made a motion. Have a second? John, a second. Further discussion? I think I have some discussion on this here. FDE local, I have a problem with that one. It is removing the penal code as a standard and adding the item of being a bully in the same classification as it would for someone who attempted murder, child rape, just aggravated assault. It puts it in a whole new class. And I quite frankly don't think being a bully is on the same line as that. And I think we ought to keep the penal code in place and not add bullying to that. So I would pull that whole FDE local, I'm sorry.
So that would be on the first page of FDE locals, if you go to the 125 in your attachments and scroll down to that.
It's item number 2.
Yeah, the second attachment. And so he's in reference to letter H of the list of things. And what it's calling out for is those are the list of things that it says that any student becomes a victim of one of those following criminal offenses. Took out the definition by criminal code while on school premises. That the school-sponsored event, that we must keep a record of those and track those. So,
Now, currently, my understanding is that we are tracking that. MAC has been tracking that for a few years now.
yeah, so I guess it was about 3 years ago, the board asked us to keep a record of those. So our campus principals do an amazing job. If they have a bullying investigation that happens on campus, they send me a copy of all of those. They let me know whether they're confirmed or unconfirmed, and I keep a record of those for each year so that we know how many investigations were performed on each campus and how many of them turned out to be either confirmed or unconfirmed bullying. And if it is confirmed, then what were the steps or actions put into place after that?
So all that is currently in place. We wouldn't be changing any of that. The item here that's proposing is to drop the penal code as the standard and add that act of being a bully into the same items as all those other items, A through G, if you see that on your board book. I'm sorry, what's that?
Dwayne, I'm not following what you're saying. You're saying that the fact that the word bullying is in with the rest of them, this is what you're not in agreement with?
Yeah, the problem that I have with it is, one is it's dropping the standard of the penal code, which is really where we should have a standard for all these items that are tracked. Attempted murder, indecent with see with a child, aggravated kidnapping, read them through. It is for tracking, I guess, that's what Mac's saying here, if I'm understanding right, which we already do track it, but what it's doing is it's adding that action, and let me see, it says, any student who becomes a victim of one of the following violent criminal offenses, and then it adds being a bully and to being a violent criminal offense. I just don't think it meets that standard.
So you're wanting to remove that?
Does that mean it's a criminal offense and it's also labeled as a bullying offense?
If the event was, also met the definition of our penal code for any of the criminal offenses, then it would still receive all of the same things, and we would be required to do everything else that the policy says for those. It just separates that piece out.
So, Mr. McIntyre, what was your concern with that?
I don't know that I have a huge concern, because when I look at even the recommendation from TASB on why they did that, the definition in your explanation notes just says, at Safe Schools data, bullying is recommended for inclusion as an offense in which the district must collect and maintain data. That's why they put it in there, is because for the Safe and Schools data, we have to be ready to report that if we need to. I'm not going to quit keeping those records because I think they're valid on our side. So for me,
So this is just for reporting purposes, though, anyways, we're already doing it, what's the issue with leaving it?
Because now we've elevated bullying to be in line with all those violent offenses. Yes, and I don't want to give that term in line with all these other violent offenses, because I don't look at it as a violent offense, even though it could be very severe. I just wouldn't put it in there in that group. And I don't want to remove the penal code, which is an accepted standard for monitoring items. What's that?
Why?
It says in here to remove let's see, it says criminal offenses, and then it has redlined as defined by the penal code. So it's redlining that out. So no longer will be defined by the penal code. And they had to do that because the penal code doesn't include bullying. So my discussion on this would be to add an amendment to your motion, and that would be to remove FDE local. So I'll need to walk through that process, but I want to give time for discussion if needed.
I'm indifferent to it, we're still reporting it.
I mean, I'm okay with taking bullying out, because if you're already committing a crime while you're bullying, you're already doing your crime, that's separate. But if you're just being a young person that learning how to be a better person, that's not a criminal offense.
So would you like to offer an amendment to that motion?
Take the word bullying out.
You could remove the FDE local, just that whole section, because it's only dealing with that issue.
Well, then, I make a motion to remove the FDE local.
So your motion is to amend the previous motion to remove FDE local from the previous motion. Did I have it right?
so we've got a motion and a second. I'm looking at Casey here, he's my parliamentarian. Got a motion and a second, and now,
A motion to amend it.
okay. So we have a motion to amend.
Motion to amend. So do I have a second on the motion to amend?
So, no, we've got your motion and a second to your motion. Then now I've got Julia's motion to amend, but I need a second to her motion to amend. Oh, sorry, Bianca did. I apologize.
Bianca did. Yeah.
Bianca made the motion, John made the motion to second. I apologize, thank you. And now we have Julia's motion to amend, but I would need a second for that.
And I will, okay.
Okay, so now we have a motion from Julia to amend, and then a second from John for the amendment. So now we can discuss the amendment again, if anybody has any further discussion on the amendment.
Okay, so we'll call for a vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Raise your hand. All in favor of the motion, the amendment to the motion? Okay, so it was all opposed to it? So one opposed and two abstaining?
Are you voting for the amendment, against the amendment, or you're not voting for the amendment at all?
All right. Okay, that would mean the amendment is passed.
So now the amendment passed. So now we've got the amended motion on the floor, and now we need to vote on the amended motion. So it would,
Yes.
all that's happened to this point is they've changed Bianca's motion to approve all the policies with the exception of FDE local. So FDE local would stay exactly as it was before, but everything
not
else, we
change.
would accept the rest of the changes. So now that is the motion that's on the floor, and we need a second for the amended motion.
We have that. That was John.
No, because we amended it, so now I need a second for it, right? No? Am I off?
No, you're off.
Okay,
Yeah. We did vote it. We had passed.
okay.
So now we need a vote on
Vote
the,
on the amended motion.
on the
which is
amended
to
motion.
approve everything other than FDE local.
okay. All in favor of the amended motion? Show of hands. Okay, passed. Thank you. That was, that
We'll
was
watch that
fun.
one live later and figure that one out.
Okay, next, item 18, district handbooks.
Okay, so we presented the handbooks to you. We were not able to get the new student handbook and this new employee handbook ready. We did not get those model handbooks from TASB until the July 15th, late in the day. We are working on those, but as you know, those are long processes. This is not uncommon for us not to have those ready by this point in time in the legislative year, especially when it went as long as it did and had as many changes as it did. So what I'm going to be asking you for tonight is to approve the athletic handbook, the DAEP handbook, the extracurricular handbook, and the fine arts handbook as we presented those, unless you have any changes that we need to make to those. We will bring back the other two handbooks at the August meeting. We will communicate to parents any changes that are going to be happening to the current policy that are going to be in place on day one, and we will communicate to them once the new policies or the new handbooks are approved by the board so that they can read any changes that happen after the board approves the new handbooks. So I would need a motion to approve athletic, DAP, extracurricular, and fine arts handbook.
Okay,
Motion to approve the athletic, DAEP, extracurricular, fine arts handbooks.
okay, Joey has made a motion to approve the athletic handbook, DAP handbook, extracurricular handbook, and fine arts. Do we have a second? And Bianca second that. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Passed. Okay, number 19, approve federal grant policies and procedures manual.
So in your packet, we provided you with the updated approved federal grant policies and procedures manual. We have to do that annually, so that's in your packet for you to review. If you have any questions, Nicole would be glad to answer them. Oh, sorry. And my recommendation is to approve it as presented.
I'll make a motion to approve it as presented.
Okay, John made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Carlos seconded it. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed. Okay, number 20, daycare tuition rates.
So we offer as a benefit to staff that needs it, to any employees. We offer the daycares that we run out of both Canup and Perkins Early Childhood Centers. The district has propped those up with district funds. So the money the parents pay, their teachers or employees pay towards tuition goes to offset those costs. And then we have propped it up. We haven't raised tuition prices in a while, and so you can see our prop-up has increased by about 4 times since we initiated that project. We would be recommending that it is time that we need to raise our tuition slightly. So what we would be recommending is a increase of $600 annually to that program, which comes down to $25 per paycheck and roughly $3.21 a day. And that would just lower that to about a 3-time increase from what we've been paying. We expected somewhere now around a double the cost with running 2 facilities. The extra increase has happened because state legislature also passed a bill this year that said teachers do not have to pay for their students to go to pre-K. It's a qualifying factor now. When they didn't qualify, we allowed teachers to enroll their kids in our pre-K for the daycare rate, and we had a lot of people take advantage of that. And now with that funding going away, that's what's accounting for the additional increase there. But we believe that's reasonable, and we will receive the half-day pre-K funding from the state for those students. And so, but it's 2 different funds, they don't intermingle. So we know that that's still increasing by more than what we expected, but think it's a reasonable amount and still keeps our cost about a quarter of what the other daycares in the area are charging.
So what was your final recommendation on that?
So my recommendation is to increase daycare tuition rates by $600 a year.
What is the impact, the amount we're propping up again, based upon if we increase that, how much is left?
It's 300 and... 340,000. Yeah, I think it... Yeah, so the district will still be contributing $340,000 towards being able to operate the daycares.
Yeah, it's quite a benefit
And I
still.
think we're still at a quarter of the rate of your average daycare.
Correct.
Is there any further discussion before we entertain a motion? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Making a motion to approve as presented.
No, I made enough in there, so $600 a year.
Okay, Carlos made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And Star was second. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed. Okay, item number 21, ratifies the sale of property.
So the 2 pieces of property that we saw tonight was part of a deal that we made with Lennar. We had owned a 20.64 acre tract of land down south of Mayfield located at 6986 County Road 437. We sold that 20 acres now to Lennar, and in return, they sold us one 11 acre and one 12 acre tract inside those 2 neighborhoods, which make for much better locations for schools. So we just need to ratify the sale of that property. We sold that 20.64 acres for $155,000 per acre to Lennar.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to ratify the sale of the property.
Okay, Julia made the motion. Do I have a second? I'll second. And John second. Further discussion? I'll entertain a motion, or entertain a vote now. All in favor, raise your hand. You were looking at me, Starway. I thought, uh-oh, did I miss something? Thank you. All right, motion passed. All right, item 22, change order for RFP 25.003, renovation of DAEP.
So this is the gift that keeps on giving. We talked about this last month, and we've had some extra things come up as through the process of the documents that are required by the city for planning for a project of this scope. We had to submit engineering plans for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And due to the comments from the city and the additional changes that we had to make, that we're going to need to increase the budget for that. The change order is for $117,266. If you look at the attachments in there, the primary expenses are really related to HVAC. They're having us relocate the HVACs. Some of the penetrations we have to go out through the roof instead of out through the sidewall. We had to change out the ductwork from the ductwork that was there that we thought we were going to be reusing to some flexible duct to meet code. Code also required us to change out all the light fixtures that we had intended to reuse the existing light fixtures. Now we're having to replace those with new energy code light fixtures, and then the other items that you see on there, but that's kind of a smattering of it. We understand that that's quite a bit of an increase there. However, even with this change order, this bidder is still going to have a combined bid lower than the next closest bid that we received when we did the original RFP. So it's still the low bidder, even with the change order for the new items compared to the other bidders. So our recommendation would be to approve the change order, and when we get to the budget amendment after this, you're going to see in that budget amendment, we've added that 117, but we're actually going to ask you to approve a budget amendment for slightly more than that. We want to build some contingencies in there so that hopefully I don't have to come back to you a fourth time.
I'll entertain a motion for that. So John made the motion. I'm sorry, Carlos, were you?
No, it just changes, it's nothing extravagant, just changes that need to be done.
Yeah, and it's something we need. We need the space. This has slowed down the timeline. We expected that project to be finished now, and we haven't started yet. And so we are lucky, Mr. Ratcliffe has got, his enrollment is usually lower at the beginning of the year. We've still added the extra position, so even if we need to stack 2 teachers in a room timeline, we believe that with the approval tonight, that we'll probably have this project completed October. So,
So I'll entertain a second,
Sorry.
and then we'll have further
I'll
discussion.
second.
you
Thank
asked
you.
him what he said, so I had to answer, sorry.
I wasn't sure if he was seconding. That's what I was looking for.
Who seconded?
Starla did. All right, further discussion. Mac?
No, I have nothing else to say.
Okay, raise of hands showing in favor. Motion passed.
So item number 23 is simply the budget amendment for this, so that was in your packet. There needs to be no changes compared to what's in the packet because we wrote that in anticipation of you approving that item. So we just would recommend approving the budget amendment as presented.
Make a motion to approve the budget as amended, or as presented, amendment as presented.
So Carlos made a motion to approve the budget as amended. Do I have a second? I'll second. John, second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion passed. Okay, item number 24, interlocal agreement with Collin County for replacement of CR 728.
So around where we've built Perkins, Matei, and James, we are currently replacing those roads, or the county is currently replacing those roads. They've already completed the replacement of 392. They did that with what they call a hot mix product, or kind of an asphalt type product that they've done up there. It's really nice if you haven't driven on it lately compared to what it was. It's much smoother and much nicer than it was. And Ms. Crow's backing me up over there. In the budget from the county, they only had in the budget on 728 to do a chip seal product. So that's basically they rebuild the base of the road, they come in with some gravel, and then they put a layer of a liquid tar substance to hold that down. It is what a lot of the county roads that are out farther in the country are made of, but it's not the same quality of road of what we can get with the hot mix. The county reached out to us and asked if there was any way we'd be interested in entering into an interlocal agreement with them, because for the price of $89,607 on our part, we could upgrade from a chip seal road on that road to a hot mix road, which would match 392, would be a much better road. I know we don't typically join in too many of these because we don't believe it's our job to build roads, but, you know, we do believe that we do have some ownership here in our construction and building around there. Our trucks have done quite a lot of damage to those roads. We had budgeted money in our GMPs for all 3 of those projects to do repairs to the roads that were there existing, which we did not have to spend because the county came in and said they were going to replace the roads. So the $89,000 is less than half of what we had budgeted to do repairs. And so I think we're going to get a much better product that will last much longer and be good for our school buses and for our parents and everybody that's out there. So my recommendation would be for us to enter into an interlocal agreement with Collin County, where we provided them with up to $89,607 to upgrade that road from a chip seal road to a hot mix road that would be 4-inch thickness.
initially, wasn't that number for a 2-inch thickness?
They did. They really reached out to us originally. The plan was the $89,000, they could do a 2-inch thickness on that road. After talking with our construction people, they said, yes, it is a much higher quality road. However, we would recommend at least a minimum of 4-inch thickness. I reached back out to the county. They came back to me and said, if we would contribute the 89, they could bring that all the way up to a 4-inch thickness, which we think will help us get through until the new repairs are coming. It is in the bond project down the road to replace both of those in the major thoroughfare plan, because 728 will eventually continue out all the way to 982. And so it is in that plan, but they're talking 5 to 7 years before that happens. This upgrade, I think, will get us through to there without having any major issues in the meantime. And we will still be dedicating that road back to the county, and they will take care of repairs after the initial. So, again, I think it's a good investment on our part and would be good for our community.
So then we're going to allocate 250, and then we're going to come out with 89,000. I think we're good. I make a motion to give the authority to negotiate an interlocal agreement to upgrade the road with maximum contribution of 89,607.
Okay, Carlos made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And start with second.
Can I just ask one point of clarification? I know I need you to say that you're giving me the authority.
You did say that?
Well, he said did you say Mr. Okay. Sorry, I missed it.
Well, let's make sure Amy has it right. Amy, are you
I
good?
think you read it the way I wrote it, which was give me the authority, and so I need the authority, not you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on, or further discussion.
Who seconded?
Starla did.
Is this something that we're looking, sorry about that, a little loud. This is something we're looking perhaps for the future also, as far as doing some repair work like this later on?
We will always budget to make sure that anytime we do repair work, I mean, another example is right down here where our road turns from our local road to the city road. We've created quite a bit of a mess right here from our local construction. We've got money in our budget to repair that. We will always try to return the roads that we damage while we do construction back to the level that they were when we got there. But this is a unique circumstance where we were able to actually upgrade for the same amount of money or less. And so I don't think this is a standard we're going to want to set that we're going to always throw in money to rebuild roads, but I think we do have the responsibility to make sure we take care of what we damage, which is what's happening here.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passed. Okay, the next item is item 25, homeschool participation, extracurricular activities. Last board meeting, we spent quite a bit of time discussing this, but we did not have, we only had 4 board members, and we wanted to table it so that we could have further discussion, include the board members who weren't present. And I'm not sure exactly what I want to go over to start again, but, basically what this is this is allowing UIL participation of students that are in our ISD to be able to participate in UIL activities. There's a bunch of FAQs on there that everybody was sent a link to. If you clicked in through those, you saw it answered several questions that were concerning in the past when the board voted on it. And now it's been, several issues have been dealt with so that it's more appealing, hopefully. However, I'm sure there's still some concerns, so I'd love to have a little bit of discussion on that. And my understanding is because the board voted 5 years ago, to not participate in it, we would need a majority vote to remove that policy. And then at that point, we would be able to allow our kids to participate. So let's have some discussion, I guess.
When you say allow our kids, can you be clear when you say that, like the homeschool children?
Yeah, the kids in Princeton ISD.
The homeschool children in Princeton ISD?
Yeah. That is correct.
I guess the way I see it, homeschool is a choice. If you want, and you could still, if you're within the ISD, you can still participate by, coming to the school district and just come to school, and get those benefits. I don't think we need to pick and choose what we can be a part of.
I don't really understand what you're saying there, Carlos.
So you can enroll and be, if you're within the school district, you can enroll into our school district and be a part of all our, whether it be athletics, band, whatever. So I think they do have that opportunity. I don't know that this stops them from having that opportunity.
Okay, others?
I kind of think that, given the massive growth that this district is having and will continue to have for a while, that is adding a lot to the mix that may not necessarily be beneficial. I think also there's kind of like two streams of discipline. You know, if you're a homeschool kid and you're not doing what you need to do, your option is, okay, well, you don't participate or you're kicked out. Whereas the in-school kids, okay, you have this, and this, whatever the new chance policy will allow, but you can go to detention, you could be suspended, you can't do that to homeschool kids. So that's not really fair, and I think that puts a weird twist on there, but this is going to be a very big district. And you have districts nearby that, is Blue Ridge open? Or?
It is my understanding, when we asked Region 10 to send out a survey to see what other schools in the region were planning to do with this, the only school that responded back out of the 20-some odd that responded that they did plan to allow was Blue Ridge. The rest of the districts that responded said they were not.
So, if your district isn't wanting to participate, you have the right to go to the next closest district, which may be Blue Ridge. I don't know what Lovejoy is doing, but they could possibly go to Lovejoy, maybe McKinney. I don't know if they're open or not, but I think at this time, that would be a no for me.
So, Julia, you brought up that, the discipline issue, and there were several concerns that were dealt with in the FAQs, but the point on the discipline piece was that the homeschool students are set to the same standards of full-time enrolled students. They have to adhere to the same standards. They have to pass the academic test to make sure they're academically ready at grade level where they're supposed to be. There was several provisions in there. I know one of the, I think you brought up, I'm not sure about if the ADA and how that was affected, and there's actually a $1,500 stipend that covers that. We, as a district, are allowed to set up our own standards to monitor it, maybe to limit the potential enrollment. So if that was a concern, we don't have to let in other school districts, just like Blue Ridge doesn't have to. So I don't know if they will or not. I haven't heard that. I just heard, actually, just the other day that they were going to be a part of it.
And I think we're still waiting on some clarifications for that, because the current law says that if you live in our district and we don't allow you to, you can go enroll and participate in the closest district to you. One point of clarification that we're still waiting for is that going to be something that's forced? Does Blue Ridge have to take in any kid from Princeton that wants to?
No, that was in the FAQs. They do not. Each school can set up their own standard whether they have to or not. So I don't know who you're talking to on that, but it was
The
dealt with.
Commissioner of Education on the last call said that was still a point of clarification. They were waiting for an answer on.
Okay, it was brought up in the FAQs with an answer, but maybe there's still more questions out there.
So from the admin point of view, and talking with our athletic director and our fine arts director, our recommendation is still to not. We believe that they did do some things that made it more attractive than it was 4 years ago, but still believe, I think Julia brings up a great point, we are trying to build our capacity as much as we can right now for the students that are full-time enrolled in the district, and do not believe that this is a good move for the district.
I agree with what Julia had to say. In addition to that, my concerns with that would be, there's a reason why families decide to homeschool their children. As Carla mentioned, or Carlos, these families, they do have the ability and the option to enroll in our school district. The question would be is why don't they? We don't know that. There are many reasons why families decide to homeschool. One of those reasons is because of bullying issues, and so now, and I'm not just saying that that's for everyone, but for those students that are homeschooled for that reason, but they also still want to participate in extracurriculars, okay, well, now that's an issue, because you're being homeschooled for one reason, but you still want to participate in the extracurriculars. It's like you can't pick and choose, and
not?
that would be my concern for those students. The other aspect of that would be for students that they don't have very much social, they're so not in that social environment. I'm not saying that we have to be it's unfair to those homeschool students, but there are other districts around us that are probably going to allow homeschool students. There's a homeschool association, sports association, that many homeschool students can participate in extracurricular activities. My sons played against homeschool basketball teams, in middle school and in high school. They have those different programs for those homeschool students. I just, as Juliet said, we are a growing district. I mean, we're projected to have over 11,000 students in this next school year. And, I watched the last meeting since I was not here. I listened to what our directors, what they had to say. And I mean, if our directors are coming back to us with feedback from their coaches, their teachers, their fine arts directors, and we're supposed to support them and hear them, I mean, we got to listen to what our people that are going to be working with these students have to say. I don't want to sound insensitive, but I mean, we also have to think about the other 11,000 students that we have to, make decisions for. So that's what I have to say about it.
Max, since we've got a policy that we're planning, do we have to adopt a new?
No. The board has already taken action to opt out. 4 years ago, we had to take action to opt in, but the board actually went farther. They didn't just not opt in, we actually put a policy in place to opt out. So we are currently have a policy to opt out so that they are not allowed. So we would need a majority vote tonight to opt in if we wanted to change any actions currently.
And then another thing, let me just add to that. I'm not sure how it works for the fine arts piece of it. I mean, I kind of do, but I know a little bit more about on the athletic side. With the athletic side of it, we have, for example, for football, we have football that's getting ready to start. They're going to start practice early in the morning. A lot of homeschool students and families are one vehicle because the primary income holder of the home has to go to work. How are those students going to be coming to school? Because they can't be bused here. There's so many different factors and that play into it. And I just don't feel that, I mean, we're too big of a district to be able to have to try and figure out what's going to work, what's not going to work. And to me, the only person that it's going to affect is that student. But that's how I feel about it. Yeah, when they do have options, yes.
Okay, well, thank you for everybody's input, and that's what we wanted to do, is give a chance for everybody to have an input on it. I think that some of what we're looking at is based upon emotions and not necessarily on the facts.
I don't think that's a fair assessment,
The-
Dwayne.
It's not
Okay.
emotions,
I
those
give
are
you-
facts.
That's a
That's
very
not
objective
emotions,
opinion.
those are true facts.
So, and I appreciate that you think that. I know that when some folks spoke at the last meeting, there was what I understood as more emotions because they didn't have the facts. The idea about kids not being able to get there, they have to meet the same standards. They have to be able to get to practice. They have to be able to attend whatever's happening. So they're under the same standards as our full-time enrolled students. So,
But Dwayne, they're not, because I hear what you're saying, and you're attempting to kind of justify it, but I'm in agreement with what everyone is saying, that behaviorally, there's already a lot that our coaches are having to deal with. And when you're not spending a lot of time with the student, you only have them for that little period of time, you're going to come into contact with a lot of students that may have different things going on. And to Julia's point, like, the punishment is absolutely going to be different. There is no way that you can uphold the same punishment as they would in school that you would at home for behavioral issues, other than saying, okay, well, you're now kicked out. Is that enough? Because if our students are in school, that's not going to be the repercussions for their actions if they were actually enrolled in this district. So that's why I was telling you before, and I still stand on it, it's not emotionally driven. This is what we're all experiencing. And as somebody who has children in the district, that's why I feel very confident in speaking to it.
so do you have, you're talking about this, but do you have some factual basis?
You don't have, you're only going off of the FAQs, right? And
No.
Yeah, that was your premise, because you keep referring to the FAQs.
No, I'm not just going off the FAQs. I've done some more research since our last meeting. And, homeschool students have fewer behavior issues than other students do.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. I mean, if I'm at home, who you having a behavioral issue with? Your parent? I'm just asking.
Well,
So I coached a select soccer team and had a couple of kids. I had about 4 kids that were homeschooled, good kids. One of them had behavioral issues, but I think the rules and the standards that we have are not held for those good kids. It's usually the exceptions to those, and so those exceptions kind of, they exist everywhere, whether it's homeschools, at the school. We got exceptional students at school, and then we've got students that have issues at school, right? We have more control of what they're allowed to do when we know what they're doing. And I think the concern is sometimes maybe we won't know, as far as what they're getting into and what's happening, to maybe limit some of those, because these are advantages that we give our student body, our students, for being good students, for being, I mean, you don't get the grades, you don't get to play, you get disciplined, you got, I don't know, Coach Chandler gets called, I'm sure, I called as a patrol officer, I called one of the coaches, one of his soccer players, one of the kids, I said, hey, I saw his jersey, he said, so I called his coach, said, hey, wasn't anything huge, but I let him aware, I saw this as a student, so I told him, you probably got a lot of running to do in your near future, and guess what, he did. So some of those are part of the community help raising those kids, and I think some of that's going to be lost, and I don't know, I think it's still an advantage that we give our student body.
okay. Is there any further discussion? I think I know what's going to happen when I entertain a motion, but I might as well entertain a motion to, what are we doing? Changing opting the policy, allowing homeschoolers. Okay, I'll entertain a motion, and then we'll go from there. Anybody?
I'm kind of, well, I want to say something on that issue. I know I hadn't said anything. And I think what we're talking about here, giving a person an opportunity, okay, whether it's educational-wise or sport-wise or activity-wise. And I think sometimes we're kind of like forgetting that factor, that you're giving a kid an opportunity, because every parent has an opportunity to send a kid wherever they choose to send a kid. That's part of their right. If I have my kid here, I can have a choice to either send him to this school or send him to another school. Now, I shouldn't be penalized for other activities that he can participate in because they don't have those homeschooling or in charter schools or whatever it may be. But if the opportunity for him to come to another school and participate in an activity, he's going to be judged athletically just like all other kids. He's not going to get no special privilege. He's going to have to run just like everybody else. And if he's a basketball player, he's going to have to do all those things just like the other basketball players. So I feel that he should have that opportunity to be able to do that.
And I think he's got that opportunity.
Now it's similar to like someone that has a ton of money, they send their kids to a private school. And of course, that private school have different athletic ability students. And he has to try out for them just as well. And the coach is going to pick who he think is the best player. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the band person. They're going to pick the best student, whether that student goes to school here or who comes from a homeschool. I think we should give that opportunity. Now, we're not talking about 1,000 kids. You just said you can control the number of kids. So why not give?
I can't control the number of kids.
Okay, I thought they said that earlier, that they control the number of kids that's coming. Yeah, from out of the district. Okay, maybe you didn't say that. I'm just saying, I thought you said something like that. So that's what I'm asking, to give the opportunity. I mean, that's what I think. I'm not trying to say one side over another side, but I think the opportunity should be open. That's the way I feel.
I think the opportunity is open. They can enroll, the opportunity to participate. That's why I had a select team that they played up to 18. So that was still a very competitive league that we'd go to. There's competitive leagues out there for students, whether it's schools, some of the kids were from Melissa, Princeton, and surrounding communities. So they still have that opportunity. I don't know that we're taking opportunity from them. They're still able to enroll into Princeton if they're in our district.
To your point, Carlos, I think if they didn't have any other avenues, then I could probably reason a little bit more and understand what you're saying, like give them the opportunity. They do have the opportunity. They are, just like I said the last meeting, you guys have every option to choose where to send your child to school, right? I chose to plant roots in Princeton, and win, lose, or draw, I'm still in Princeton. My kids are still in school in Princeton, right? But if I choose to take my kids out of Princeton ISD, then I also understand that that is me electing to pull them away from the extracurricular, because that is a privilege. It's not something that they have to be able to do. So when you're saying that you're giving them an opportunity, they have it. There are a million options for them to choose, whether they go through the rec lead, if they want to go through Princeton Parks and Recreation, if they want to go to PSA, if they want to go to ISO, if they want to go to any of these other options. They even, to Bianca's point, have the one that's specifically for homeschoolers. So there are options that they have. It's not taking that from them. That's just my vantage point on it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, I would like to make a motion to grant non-enrolled full-time students to be able to participate with Princeton ISD and UIL events. Is that clear enough? Okay. Second.
I'll make a second.
I made the motion, John seconded it. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay. The motion did not pass. Nope. Okay, item number 26 is executive session. Discuss possible action regarding security update pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. May I get a motion to enter an executive session?
We're into executive session.
Okay, Bianca made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
John second. The time is 9:29. And you're probably going to ask me, do we want to dismiss everybody?
Yeah, I would like to dismiss all staff if I could at this time.
Okay, sounds good.
Other than Brent Collins.
Other than Brent Collins, you got to hang around, buddy. Enjoy your guys' evening.
No, we need some signatures before we go in so that Amy can leave. Nelson, you up and running?
Okay, the Board for Princeton ISD is back in session. Item number 27, consider and take action on any matters addressed in the executive session. I think that's what we want. Consider and take possible action regarding 727.1. Okay. I'll entertain a motion at this point.
I'll make a motion to approve security updates as discussed in executive session.
Okay, I have a motion from Julia. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Starla seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed. Being no further business, this meeting is being adjourned.